Johnson,
Here.
Director Mack,
Here.
Director Jordan,
Here.
Director Randolph, Vice Chair Thomas,
Here.
and Chair Critton.
Present.
Invocation.
We are now ready for invocation, moment of silence, and the pledge of allegiance. Pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We are ready for presentations. Who got first, Ms. Dunnigan?
We have the fiscal year 2025 financial audit by Heather Boyce here.
So I'm Heather Mosier. I'm the audit partner with Carwings and Ingram, and we've been auditing the CRA in the town for a couple of years. I do see a couple new faces, so I'm just going to explain real quick where the CRA audit came from. That is a new Florida statute within the last couple of years where they are requiring a compliance audit on the CRA if you have more than 100,000 in revenues or expenses during the year. So if you do have that, then it does require an audit, and that through that audit process is some compliance testing that we do related to your CRA plan and your expenses on that plan. So that's where you haven't had a CRA audit forever. It's just been in the last couple of years. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go over the results of the CRA. The CRA financial statements are in draft form right now. But they did ask that I come and present the results that we have for the audit. So this is as of 9/30/25. The independent auditor's report on the financial statements itself is an unqualified opinion, which means that the statements were not materially misstated and we were able to substantiate the expenses. You do have a government auditing standards report, which is your GAS report. There were two material weaknesses this year. One is management oversight of the bank rec and expense process. There was an entry for a house that was recorded twice. And then through the bank reconciliation process, it showed a large unreconciled balance at the end. And then the other issue was capital assets. With capital assets, you had some construction in progress with projects that are going on and capital outlay. So through the CRA fund, you have to record on the modified accrual basis, which is almost like the cash basis. So when you have purchases or expenses related to capital assets, you have to expense those through capital outlay. And then they're further adjusted through government adjustments to be on the accrual basis. So through that, through our testing, we identified construction in progress that was happening and some capital outlay items that were misclassified, and we had to reclassify them and then of course identify them as capital assets to then be depreciated. So that was about 689,000 of additions that were identified.
Excuse you. Excuse me with all due respect. Are you reading this from a document that we have?
I believe she gave you a copy. No, you're fine.
I'm sorry.
You're fine.
No, just hold on for just, yeah.
I think she gave you a copy.
Hold on 1 second, please now. And if you let me know exactly where you are, I will.
It should be really colorful. If she did give you,
So that's the really colorful.
yeah.
Just 1 minute now.
It's black and white.
Oh, okay. So
Okay.
yeah.
Got a lot. Got a lot going on up there.
No, I don't think so. I think she passed it out.
That was one of the documents she passed out while we were.
I'm sorry, love, you give me.
Within the state.
Pardon me. Thank you. Open, thank you very much. Can you tell me exactly where you are, please? I'm sorry, you're going.
I'm on the third page.
there. On third page, already.
So through compliance with the Florida statute, again, that requires the CRA to have an audit, and then of course drive some of the compliance requirements for the CRA itself. You do have a specific compliance report for this Florida statute. One of the requirements is that you have to submit your budget and any amended budgets or amendments to the budget to the county that you're associated with within 10 days. So that did not happen again this year. That's been a finding for a couple of years. I will just say it has been common across many of my clients. So it's just, I mean, it's hard to get it within 10 days. You just have to submit it to Orange County. And then any amendments that you have to that budget, you have to submit those within 10 days as well. And that has to be once they're approved at the board level.
So Ms. Heather, I'm gonna ask you to pause there. The budget that was adopted and approved.
Mhm.
Included a due from the general, the primary government. If that due to was not verified by your firm at the end of the fiscal year, then the budget that was submitted and approved would have been overstated.
So you don't budget for due to, due from. That's a liability and an
It was
asset.
brought into the adopted budget that's published on the CRA's website.
Right, but you still don't show a budget for assets or liabilities. So
I
your
know,
budget that we
it-
show is gonna be revenues and
It was
expenses.
reported as revenue.
But that's not a revenue. It's already a liability reported. And so then whether it's a liability or asset, depending on if it's a due to or due from, then that's gonna be a balance sheet. Well, not balance sheet, but it's gonna be an asset item or a liability item. That's not gonna be a budget item.
So the question is, if it was included on the budget in budgeted revenues, if that amount was included in budgeted revenues, and that was the budget that is adopted and presented and reflected on the CRA's website, how is that then corrected?
We did not include that account in your budget when we reported it in the budget to actual, because it's not a true budget item.
Ms. Major, I think it's important that we point out, we're talking about October 1 of 2024.
Right, so you're looking at 24-25 budget.
So this has nothing.
So I don't know what the 25-26 budget is, but the 24-25, yeah.
Thank you.
So as part of our audit, we also have audit adjustments, and I usually just identify those two. One of them was we did an adjustment to cash and building, because again, that was part of that, the bank reconciliation issue where that was recorded twice. So we had to obviously back that out. That was about $336,000 for that adjustment. And then of course, recording the capital outlay that I just talked about, some of it was recorded in contractual service, and some of it was recorded in just grant program expenses. So just reclassifying that was about $400,000. And then we also did an adjustment for accrued wages and salary expense. That wasn't anything big, but I just like to, again, identify adjustments that we've done. That was about $5,000. And then accrued payables of about $13,000.
So pausing back on the cash balance adjustment that you made, you said that, so that was a check that was written twice, something that was recorded twice.
It was recorded twice.
It was recorded twice. And then been reviewing other bank reconciliations and everything being completed in your opinion all the time in that.
They're being completed timely, yes, but they're not going through the internal control process as far as being approved. You shouldn't really see an unreconciled balance at the end of it. So that's where we generated an internal control deficiency. You also have a management letter that's at the back of the report as well. We didn't have any prior findings last year. Normally we have to report prior findings, and if they're not corrected in the current year, but you didn't have any last year. And then there weren't any additional matters to know. We had already noted that the budget wasn't submitted. So that also goes in your management letter, but there wasn't anything else besides that. Just to kind of point out, there are some new GASB adjustments. There's always something new coming out. The new one for this year is GASB 101, and that's on compensated absences. It didn't materially affect the CRA this year, but it's just something that's going to have to be considered going forward. And what it is just an additional accrual of any sick time that either is paid out or just you have to estimate, you have to go through this whole estimation process of the likelihood of it being used during the year. An adjustment has to be considered for that. So it is kind of a complex problem or a complex new standard that's come out. But again, we went through the process for the CRA and it was not material, so we didn't need to adjust for anything there. And then some upcoming standards, just to kind of note, GASB 103, this is going to be financial reporting model improvements. And what that's going to be is the budget is now going to be required to show any, you have to describe any variances and why those variances were happening between your budget and actual. Some of the other changes are in the management discussion analysis. They want a lot more narratives for those variances in the management discussion analysis. And again, that's something that management kind of does. They go through the numbers and they note some of those changes and why things went up or down. And now they're just looking for more detail for the readers of the statements for that. So that's coming out. That's going to be in effect this current year that we're in now. And then GASB 104 is just some presentation changes for disclosure of capital assets. And as these standards come out, I also email that to management. So I'll be sending that to Michael and Paula as well. So they're kind of aware. We do put on webinars to help them just understand the new standards as they come out. Just some other communications that we do communicate through the process of the audit. Your accounting estimates are mainly your useful lives of the capital assets that you have. There weren't any disagreements with management and we didn't consult with any other accountants. There weren't any issues discussed prior to retention and no other difficulties encountered during the audit. Anybody have any questions?
Yes, I have one question up there. And so at this time, is the audit completed?
It's in draft form right now. So once we get through this meeting, there's a management rep letter that we send out that Michael needs to put on letterhead, and it just indicates that you've provided us the information, and there's some other information in there, but it's just a standard audit letter that we have to give. So once we get that back signed, then it's gone through all of our review process, so we're good to go. So once I get that letter back, then we'll be able to finalize it.
And my last question for you, being that you reviewed and pretty much completed it in terms of having it drafted. Now, do we have any findings, and if we did, can you explain the findings?
Yeah, so the two findings that I said were material weaknesses was the capital asset issue where we had to reclassify a lot of the capital assets or construction in progress, and then the other issue was the bank rec double entry for cash in the building.
Or there's no typically, I think that's something that I'm asking, or is it something that is an error with, like, kind of explain that to me?
So the cash is an error. That's an oversight, and that's something that should have been caught through internal controls, just reviewing the bank recs. Again, you know, you'll see a large difference and unreconciled amount at the bottom of the bank rec. So that should have been identified. Capital assets, I think, and I've talked to Paula too about this. I think as you guys start doing more projects and you've got grants coming in, you've got capital assets that you're purchasing, you've got houses and things that you're working with. There's going to be a lot more complexities with the accounting for this. Grants, you really need someone to really pay attention to those grants and the funding and the expenditures that you've got against that, because you don't want to get these grants and they take the funding because you're not following the compliance requirements that they have. You've got lines of credit and debt that you're now getting to, do the expenditures to do the projects. As part of the projects too, you have to maintain a construction in progress report for each project that you're doing, because we have to disclose that information as well. I have given them some templates to start working with on some of this, again, because it is going to start developing to be a lot more complex with some of these accounting. So I think that's the problem with the capital assets for this year. It's just new. You haven't really had that in the past. And so they just need to really get into the government standards of how you report this stuff.
Thanks for all the information. Thank you again for coming in doing the presentation, and those are all my questions that I have.
Okay.
Heather, could you go back and address the due to issues?
Like the balance, or
Yeah, from how we got from start to where we're at today.
I don't know where it started from. We've only done your audit for a couple of years, but the balance now is basically from the town paying for, payroll, admin, accounting services, those kind of things, as part of the CRA being a couple years.
So the town I don't recall, hasn't been here but full year.
Right.
The town was inputting the document, the numbers for the budget at the time, I'm saying.
I don't know who enters the budget, I
Yeah.
don't know who does the accounting program, yeah.
If you estimated, that was, let's say, 3, 4 years.
Yeah, it's been since we've done it,
Oh.
right? Mhm.
So as of 9/30/2025, the CRA is now in a position where there is a due to the primary government.
Mhm.
So it has, because, and this is for the good of residents that have sat through meetings on Monday, where a document was provided, in the lawsuit that was referencing the amount of funds that was due from the town. So for the good of the community and of us being transparent, we want to now let you know that per the audited financial statements, that there is a due to the government from the CRA, or as you just stated, processing of payroll and stuff like that. So it has switched over.
Okay. Before we take that as being empirical fact, the administration, the finance fiscal program, we have not seen any of that stuff. So she knows more than what we know.
I'm looking at the audited financial statements that your CPA is providing us.
And that's for 24, 25.
This is your statement as of 9/30/2025, and someone should be able to give us what the current balance is as of today, or if you haven't updated, but according to the CPA, who has done their due diligence, and you're providing you with an unqualified opinion that nothing is materially misstated, it is stated here that the CRA has a due to the amount of $161,000 to the general. Am I correct?
What was that amount again? 100 and what?
It's on page 12 of the draft.
Page one.
Page 12 of your draft.
Okay.
Because there's been a lot of discussion.
Okay.
And I can't tell you what the current balance is, because obviously we are in April now, so we're 6 months into the current fiscal year.
I got one question, is staff put this together? Or this come from? Okay. All right, I'm just trying to understand.
That's so the board knows. We've never had a discussion other than me and the CAO about the U2. And that discussion happened in November 24, somewhere between November and February. So.
This has been brought up for discussion on a number of occasions. Is it a conversation that the fiscal coordinator and the finance director can have to bring some more information and clarity to the board? Because clearly it doesn't affect.
It doesn't affect what she's doing.
Right. So
And
as,
it all comes to zero too, because the town is gonna show the opposite, which is probably where this reconciliation issue may have started years ago, because before the CRA had to have separate statements, that wasn't ever done, right? So now you're seeing it separate, where before 5 years ago, you didn't see that separate because the CRA didn't have to have statements. So the CRA is it's part of the town, and it's included in the town's audit still, even after this, it's still included in the town's audit. So the due to, due froms all have to zero out between the town.
so then again, we can have staff have a conversation to bring more information for clarity purposes to the board, but as for the
report is good.
the report that has been submitted to the county and all of that.
And the only thing that I would ask as a board member is at least on a quarterly basis that staff brings and reports what that balance is, whether or not it's a due to the government, due to the town, or whether or not it's a due from the town. Just to keep us aware of it.
So just so the board can know. If there's a due to, the CRA has not received any invoices to that effect.
That's why it's important that we have the CEO, whether it's self, sit down, have these discussions, about to have a better idea on what we're talking, also, what's been out here in the public, and, not really understanding everything that's coming out of the pipeline in terms of balances, and, things like that, right there, because we got a lot of other portions. And, I think each board member that does have these questions should have them, rectified and answered also, just not being biased about it. We appreciate you, that's all my question.
Any other questions for the auditor representative?
So are we saying, not for you, ma'am, it's just for the maybe check, are you guys gonna be able to meet and have this conversation so we can get it reported back to?
There has been several discussions. No documentation, no support. One of those things provided for us today.
So those that come
The
up from,
spreadsheet does not support nothing.
so that's coming from the fiscal team on the phone line.
We have to get that information.
So we have to get that information from the house.
So, Chair,
That's why I said let's allow the fiscal coordinator, the executive director, the finance department head, the CAO to clear this up and bring us a report.
I guess I'm gonna ask Ms. Heather to step back. I'm struggling with if she has reviewed and the auditing firm has signed off on an audit. That means that they have reviewed correct me if I'm wrong. Have you reviewed substantive documentation that supports what you have in the financial statements?
So again, we balance between the two. We're not necessarily testing the do froms because it's all zeroed out within the town. And it's, the CRA is part of the town. So you've got like Mr. Johnson's salary, Paula's salary, you've got like when nobody was over there, you had utilities and you were paying all the expenses of the CRA when nobody was over there at the time. So that's gonna be what part of that is.
Thank you.
Mhm.
All right, we are ready for the presentation of the January 2026 financial. Before you start, yes.
Well, before we start, on March 17th, there were transactions, one for 137,000, and another one for 90-something thousand. That never went through our office. But those checks will be taken out of the trust fund and sent to the. That is highly irregular, because the bill includes all large transactions like that. And it never was approved by the board or it is an issue that has to be addressed. It's the person bringing it up, but it happened. And it makes absolutely no sense why it did not go through our fiscal department, which we have a process in which transactions and invoices are paid for. And that did not go through our office at all.
Do you have any documentation to provide the board at the time?
The clerk shall send it out to you right now.
Is that a part of your January 2026 presentation?
No, it
or-
it's,
You said March, right?
That happened March 17th.
So that'll be a part of the March presentation, I'm assuming?
well, so if anyone wants to address the 322, how we got here and the due to and the existing balance was mentioned today. And those three checks would actually identify that they've now double dipped because they deducted against the 322 and then they wrote three checks in the amount of 239,000. So that's actually double dipping.
Who signed these checks?
And if I may, that's something that I'm getting to also.
Cause I see
This is very
two figures
concerning to me, being a check signer for the town this year already. And seeing my signature on a substantial amount of money that has been signed for, me having the first worthy of the staff to do what's right, and hopefully there wasn't anything that was done wrong in terms of any of these checks that signed, and I'm not gonna blow them out, but it's a substantial amount of money. And one thing I do, I always read through the invoice before signing anything. And trusting the expertise of the finance department that everything is done in order. And being that this is a concern that was drugged out of a particular account, which is a whole nother entity within the town, which is the CRA, is somewhat problematic to me, especially seeing my signature on here along with, someone else that I'm not gonna, say. But I know it consists of two signatures, and mine has been one of them, and this is the alarming thing to me. You see my signature on here. If that's the case with someone doing something reckless with any fund, who, almost in a sense double dipping, dragging money from somewhere that is certainly dragging it from, and somewhat manipulate. If you ask me personally, because that's what it feels like, especially when the funds are not the town. So, and if you look at it and you see who is, related to and going to, that's even more problematic because it has nothing to do with any vendors that consist with CRA, am I correct? So that, those are the things that are alarming to me, those are red flags. I'm just getting grip of this. And if I was manipulating in any form, we could come to a serious problem. So I think definitely need that I cross our T's and doing my diligence and making sure that we find out where these funds went to directly and why they went where they went also. Especially with my name on here.
If you look at the invoice date,
Especially with my name on here.
if you look at the invoice date, which is March 11th, there's no reason why that invoice should not have come through our fiscal coordinator and myself while I was at least through her. She was fully admitted through this process, which is a problem.
May
What is it?
Which is a problem.
I ask a question?
Yes.
I'm looking at, so what I'm looking at and for the good of the community as well. We're looking at invoices that came from the town of Eatonville, where, and correct me if I'm wrong, executive director in the Bradshaw. It states that this is for the CRA reimbursement of payroll for employees. So are we stating that the payroll that is being reimbursed to the town of Eatonville was not processed by the town of Eatonville out of non-CRA funds?
No,
Is that what we're purporting?
no,
Because this is what I'm seeing here is a reimbursement to the town
mhm,
for payroll that was processed on the town side. It says 2024 CRA payroll for 5 employees, Michael Johnson.
yes, and so. In audit year ending 2022, the 322 that was due to the CRA was reduced from 322,280 to 193,756. And during the conversation in December with the finance director in the presence of the CAO and the executive director, we were told that that was a deduction of payroll and CRA expenses within that year. So they were already tracking it here. So to then write a check. So this is on the, this is on the audit report.
Okay, thank you.
So if you're deducting it in the audit, you're saying I took $120,000 of reimbursables out of what was owed to the CRA. You can't then write a check for those very same expenses. That's double dipping. And secondly, I have, anytime there are expenditures, there are invoices and backup documentation. So we had a meeting. And after that meeting, I went through the information that was provided to me. I created a spreadsheet so I could add up and input what they provided, deducting it from the balance that was due.
But then I had some questions. And that is the document that you had referenced on Monday in the meeting, the email where I had emailed the director asking her to please clarify some information for me. And then also schedule an appointment where the two of us could meet with the auditor so that we could clarify that X amount of dollars was deducted from this year, X amount of dollars was deducted from that year, which I can clearly see it because in 2022, the due to is 193,756. The year prior, the due to still sat at 322,280.
What is the name?
Fiscal year 2020, the due to was still 322,280. In fiscal year 20, I'm sorry, it went at fiscal year ending 2021, the due to was still 322,280. In fiscal year ending 2022, that number was now 193,765. In fiscal year ending 2023, that number was again reduced to 92,683. The explanation was they had, because it was the reimbursements from the payroll. And then
That would have been reimbursements for expenses that would have been incurred in that fiscal period, correct?
Correct.
That would be the assumption.
Correct.
It would, so. And I know this is not a town meeting,
Mhm.
were you provided with documentation to substantiate the change in the balance that would have supported
Not
the
all,
deductions?
not all of the documentation. We never received an invoice, whether we were invoiced monthly, quarterly, biannually, or annually. And when it came to the backup documentation, I received for the first year a printout from the old accounting system because they were not on Edmunds at that time that showed the expenditures that were on behalf of the CRA. That included payroll and vendor reimbursements. The subsequent years, I received a printout from ADP that showed payroll. I was informed that also benefits for those that receive benefits through the town were also reimbursable. But I never received that documentation. And if you look in my email, I was given a number, no documents. And if you look in my email, I questioned when does the new change? Because it was explained that the new benefits would be less than the current benefits. And so this conversation was not completed. And then to go and turn around and take an additional 239,000, that is double dipping.
I think we want to be careful with our words, I think that we want to be careful with the words that we're using. I would encourage the town staff to provide the supporting documentation if this is payroll, if for the current period that is being reimbursed, that documentation is provided. I would encourage on the town side, if when the adjustments were being made in 21, 22, there should be documentation that supports reimbursement and qualified expenses that substantiate that. So when we sit and say that it's double dipping and it's this and that, I would, even if you have to get a forensic audit or a separate auditor to come in and take a look specifically at this, then maybe you need someone independent of the two or of the staff on the CRA side and staff on the town side, so that we can bring some closure to this, because I rely on what has been published and audited and issued. which is reasonable for anyone to just go to the town's website and rely on audited financial statements that has not come back and been restated. So if that is the reliance and typically you're providing audited financials when you're applying for a line of credit, when you're applying for debt. So if the audited financial statements were not correct, then there would be a restatement made. And that's.
So I'm not saying that the audit is not correct. The audit backs up that they deducted payroll and CRA expenses from the due to line. Then a check was issued for those same expenditures.
But this is referencing. This is referencing 2025, and you're talking about changes
No.
that happened.
This is referencing the invoice for $91,836.04 is referencing fiscal year 26, which it shows October 1, 25 through March 26. The second invoice for $137,681.01 is referencing fiscal year 2024 through 2025. And then there is a third invoice that the invoice was not available in the system, but a check was generated for $58,199.23. And it was referencing, I'm assuming, because I don't have the invoice, it would have referenced the fiscal year prior, which would have been 23-24.
Well, I got a question. Go ahead.
And I'm gonna. When I read this for expenses for this fiscal year. 2026, 91,836.
Mhm.
I would read that as saying that those were expenses that need to be reimbursed for 2026, not 2021, not 22.
That is correct, but you have to go back and clear your books from the prior years and address the current expenditures. But to say, so the 322 that was on the books, I can only go back, I pulled through 2029. If you look at the forensic audit, and that's the document, if you look, it shows the SunTrust bank statements. We did have a forensic audit back in 2020 or 2021. This is an independent audit that was conducted. And it showed that back in 2017, the transfer of money, so that's back in 2017 started creating a chain of events that led us to the 322. So you have to go back and clean up just as well as continue to move forward. And the conversation that had started was, let's clean up, come to both boards, the town and the CRA board, by resolution to clear up all of the past due to the town, to the CRA, and then what should have happened was we receive an invoice either monthly or quarterly for the current reimbursements, so that can be expended as well. But $239,000 was checks were written. Do I agree, or have this been verified that this is what was due after they deducted from the 322? No, because we had not gotten that far.
So what I'm hearing is we may need to move forward with another forensic audit. Which brings it, is gonna bring in an independent party to get this cleaned up.
At our expense. I mean, we're the ones making the agreement, so I'm just asking for clarity, because my recommendation is that if this is not a part of the January 2026 financials, this is a conversation that another conversation that staff needs to have, and then present something to the board. I mean, I can tell that it's an important issue, but without all the facts in front of us, it's hard for us to make a decision, and it's also not fair. Like you said, if this needs to be presented to both boards, and let's present to both boards before we're asked to make a decision or to have any feelings about it. This was brought to my attention. I will be very transparent about that. And again, I did not make any comments because I have not had a chance to talk on both sides. So I know that it's being presented tonight. I will make space for comments, but this needs to be handled with staff and then brought back to this board with supporting document and accurate accounting.
It seems to me the money should be returned until we.
I won't make that decision without supporting documentation.
We don't have.
I don't either, but so to ask me to make that decision is not responsible. When I can sit down with the fiscal coordinator and the finance department, I'll be more comfortable. And then when this board is made aware of all the facts and supporting documents, then I think it would be appropriate to make some comment. But again, I want to be very cautious about what we say without that supporting documentation. I know you're waiting on some documents, Ms. Bradshaw, and I think it's fair to make sure you have those in front of you so that you can give this board accurate representation of our finances as we've asked you to do. And I think it's also fair to bring finance to the table and ask if they can clarify some of these discrepancies before we make any decisions, especially if it's going to be an expense of the CRA to do an audit, or maybe that's something that should be cost shared. And again, not to have a town conversation tonight, that's definitely.
Sure.
Yeah.
And I think we need to definitely govern ourselves accordingly and deal with this matter, with the CEO and the executive director, collide and, collectively coming together and making this decision on how we're gonna, actually go about doing it. By speaking with the, finance director for one, because we gotta get clarity on the, documentations and all the other invoices that can possibly, support whatever it is that I've been signing, reference to anything that's going out as any expense. But I know, I see the salary, which I have no issues doing, but if we got the supporting documents from the, finance department, I think that clears it up. But if we don't, that's where we can come and do what you're suggesting, we're having the forensic, like we've done before in the past, but we don't want to, even like you said, Chair, it can be a shared cost. Because last time it cost us, well, this board, and I know what that number looked like, and it wasn't a really good number that we wanted to see, and that's the taxpayers' money also. So we got to be very serious about how we move forward with doing this, but be strategic in doing it also. So I think with that being said, like you said, I concur with everything you're saying in terms of the way that we need to go about doing it versus saying they want to just jump the gun. In a sense, and I know it's a frustrating situation to be in, but I think we also gotta make that, educated decisions up there also as directors.
I just got one question. How long is needed to provide documentation for a large transaction? If you provided the invoice, based on what I'm gathering, normally documentation supporting that invoice.
Right.
There was no documentation to support the invoice that was provided. How long do we need to wait to get documentation? That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, I think that's a conversation for staff. I think
mean,
staff needs to get together and determine what that looks like, but before we bring it to this board and ask the board to make a decision.
you took the money before we got documentation, so I'm trying to, they should have it.
Potentially, and I don't speak, I don't work in
I'm
finance,
just saying, they
I
should
work in the
have it,
finance
you know what I
department,
If you,
or.
you took the money.
I'm gonna remain optimistic that they do
Let me
have.
finish, Director Matt. Direct Matt. I understand your concern. I'm acknowledging your concern. It is my recommendation that staff sits with one another, brings us complete documentation before asking this board to make any judgment or any decision. If this is not a part, ask Ms. Bradshaw. If this is not a part of the 2026 financials, I'm ready to move on.
How long we need?
I would think that by the next meeting, all of this should be resolved, where we went back and looked at the old financials and the documentation, received the invoices and the backup documentation on both sides, the town and the CRA. it should not take, by the next meeting, we should be able to present the findings and a resolution to resolve the old and the new.
So we're possibly talking about a month then.
Yes.
And then I think with that being said, Director Williams, if we don't have everything lining up the way that we suggested be lined up, then that's when we go down the path of going with, Director, Johnson want to do, which we're trying to avoid, but we want to make sure that we're, not putting the cart before the horse in the sense of, just jumping off the cliff and making, irrational decisions. So I think we definitely need to be studious about everything that we're doing up here, and I think that would be the best suggestion, what you said, Chair, with lining everything up, again, the staff meet with each other, which we should be doing anyway, because we got interlocal agreements dealing with the town and the, CRA, so I think we gotta definitely,
I also ask that the CAO and the executive director are present in the meeting because there's tends sometimes to be a miscommunication. And I want to make sure that it is clear across the board that everybody is on the same page and that the resolutions, the resolve that is being presented is the same on both sides.
I agree.
And then this, I'm sorry, this should be reflected in the March financials as well, right?
These checks will be,
Okay.
yes.
Just so either way, when we get to.
I'm sorry.
Financials will be ready.
They won't be reflected in the March because it will be April. Yes.
Will we have those at the next meeting? We'll have
Yes.
March, not April.
We should have March and April, and just sometime.
Okay. If not,
When
that's
in
fine. Not,
the
not, how we
validation.
bundle them up. If not, then we could at least have that information,
Mhm.
if not the April financials, then at minimum. the
Even if we
resolution
don't address the April financials, we can address the resolve of the old and the new. And even how we're moving forward, whether the CRA will be billed monthly or quarterly. So that there's an understanding of how this money is gonna move in and out of the account. I will tell you, we do not move large sums of money without a resolution before the board so that they are aware of the expenditures.
And again, I don't wanna get into the weeds about this, because if you're providing any resolution or invoices from 2024, 2025, from, I don't even have the third one, but if I would anticipate that they're not all done in bulk. I mean, I don't work in finance, in either agency, in either entity, but I would assume that it should take 2 years. Especially if we have an interlocal agreement. I would assume that it wouldn't take this long to get these issues resolved.
Sure.
Don't wanna get into the weeds of it. If we can get some meetings scheduled to get some resolved, to bring back to this board so that this board can make an educated and responsible decision, it would be greatly appreciated. If it is amenable to this board.
And I strongly suggest that you have, what you, requested with having everybody, the parties inside. Typically, while we can get a full understanding of everybody, you know what I'm saying, trying to move forward, we're trying to figure out why are we where we at now with the, financial situation that we go through.
Madam Chair, my ask is, Madam Chair, are you gonna be the one that's gonna be responsible to make sure that this happens? This is always my concern.
I'm here every day, I'll make
We
sure that. it's-
do a lot of talking up here on this board, and things just tend not to be resolved.
I'm
So,
putting a date on
can,
it. We want.
And then, so I will also
Resolution and
ask that you sit in on the meeting.
Okay.
so
I can do
that is my ask, and if, I mean, we don't have to know the ins and outs of the meeting, but for me, being out here in the community, I would like to know what said they could potentially, when is today? Right? That's the only way we're gonna move forward. We talk too much up here and don't take care of this. So my
Ms.
ask,
Gibson is not here tonight, but I can get with Ms. Bradshaw, Director Johnson, CAO Daniels, and Director Gibson tomorrow. And then get some communication out from the fiscal coordinator to the board about when the anticipated that scheduled meeting is. And then once that meeting is had, some general information about the resolution of that will be presented to both the council and the CRA. Fair enough? Director Randolph.
Yes, okay, thank you very much, Chair. I do have a couple of concerns, they're very common, very general. Based upon this incident that happened with the to withdraw the funds. I'd like to know, does the CRA have enough money to operate?
We do.
You do, to pay your.
Our balance as of 3/15 today is $459,221.
Okay, all right. Then my next question. These funds, where were these funds, where were these funds taken from? Is this TIF funds from the CRA?
It's all tip phones.
Is that TIF funds?
Yeah, CRA fund.
Okay. Also, I had mentioned to Director Johnson today. I think it's time for the CRA to have its own payroll. We can avoid these incidental problems that we're having that's been going on for years, and it needs to come to a halt. So Mr. Johnson said that he's gonna work on that. So that
We have in the past had our own account with ADP. And it is possible. I mean, the board would need to make that direction to move to a separate.
We'll bring forth ADP's proposal in this up for the board, so they're working on it.
Okay, great. So we should have that by next week.
Oh, by next week.
Okay, good.
Okay,
As far as all the other things that we discussed,
We've already started.
all right, good. So I'm pretty sure you guys will come back on that first thing in the morning, we'll get the ball rolling, what we can have.
So I do have a training class tomorrow for 8 hours. So I will be out of the office tomorrow.
All right, so I already said probably roughly about a month, so we're anticipating that it be done for the next, actually, should already be, we're putting schedule for the next month, maybe. So, I'm optimistic that you guys are gonna get this squared with us. We can have some kind of clarity on how to move forward, then it's, done sooner than later.
Director Randolph, will you finish,
I have one more question.
please?
Just looking at the dates on the checks, I believe it's March 17th. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this is not, no means to be political, but it seems to me, I believe that's the last date that the prior chair was also mayor was the last date here as far as Eatonville. And I was just kind of curious, how did this all come about on the last day to try to declare these funds on the last day of
16.
the prior meeting?
So I cannot answer that. I did not see these invoices nor the actual checks. They did not come through our department. So that
And
would
there's
be
no
a
need to
question.
speculate. I
Yeah,
apologize for
yeah.
cutting you off. There's no need to speculate. If it happened in the time frame in which the authority was appropriated, as we discussed earlier, with certificates of appointments and successors until they sit in their seats, then it looks like it happened when it was authorized to happen. But I don't want to
Okay.
speculate. I know you don't want to make it political. I
I don't
agree
want
with
to
you.
make it political, but
Yes,
it just kind of looks kind of different.
I can understand.
I can
The
understand
the
that.
optics that week very much look suspicious on multiple
I know, but I
situations.
know a lot
So
of times people try to go back and try to clean things up when they know that they're leaving, or they're going to be basically moving on.
that
so,
is a very true
You
statement.
know, maybe that was probably good to go back and try to clean it up if that's what happened, but whether or not it really got done in the correct way. So I don't know, so so that's what I'm looking at.
Do we have any additional questions or comments before we move
No.
on?
Just a question, as council, are you all brief update from
They got both of them.
on your side?
But
If
it's
you
just a
don't know what's
different
going on?
For January and February financials.
I got
And
both
also,
of
also
them.
consistent,
Okay.
sit here and talk about town.
No, I'm just asking.
Yeah, but he does it, I know he just done it in our last,
Yeah,
he did,
yeah.
he have every director come up and.
Yeah, but, we'll just leave it at that.
Because I don't want to take it, talk about town.
Next down one, that's one. That we are going, that we're still abiding by the bylaws. So in the bylaws, it states that the CRA employees are town employees. So processing payroll in a separate account does not move away from what the current bylaws stipulate. Is that those employees are town employees, correct? I do.
So
I
there,
believe we didn't.
yeah, so the salaries come out of the
I
CRA
know where the
department.
funds come
Yeah.
from, however, the bylaws state that the staff is CRA total employees will be considered town of Eatonville employees. In section 3.8 of our bylaws. So, processing payroll. Separately, I just wanna make sure that we're staying in compliance.
Is that addressed in the proposal? At all? Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
okay. Okay, was that all? Correct, sir? Okay. Ms. Bradshaw.
So to get started with our January 2026 financials. In your board packet, you receive a copy of the bank statements, the revenue and expenditure report, the check register for the month, and the check register for the current fiscal year for you to do your checks and balances against the bank statement. But I'm just going to give you an overview. Next slide, please. So for January 2026, we are in a strong cash position of approximately 1.87 million and ended with $879,046. The difference there was we had our TIF reimbursement to Orange County. Our cash decreased at 53%. Again, that's generally unusual for 1 month. That is in December, we rebated back to the town. In January, the rebate was generated to Orange County. Our total spending for the month was $986,000. And that was from some of our capital projects, but largely it was from the TIF reimbursement to Orange County. The actual amount rebated back to Orange County was $9,054, 379.36 cents. I'm sorry, 954. Sorry, it's been a really long time. My apology. $954,379.36. Our burn rate, it was about decreased our income of 1 month. Nothing unusual in our expenditures. It reflects what we are trying to accomplish in our redevelopment plan and what is required of us in the interlocal agreement. Next slide, please. This is just a graph because some people like to see it in graph form. Next, please. Our KPIs. Our monthly burn for January was $986,000. Our ending cash balance was $879,000. Looking at January's expenditures, we are looking at 9 months worth of revenue in the CRA count. Our expenditures were operational costs and they remain controlled. Next slide, please. Our risk and strategic insights. Short-term liquidity risk. If spending pace continues, so if we were to continue to expend over 900,000 every month, there would be an issue with being able to operate efficiently. Heavy reliance on existing revenues. We all know the CRA's annual revenue this year was $355,000. So we want to make sure that we are generating revenue in other areas. Our capital investments align with the redevelopment strategy. So are we in line with what the redevelopment plan is? Yes, we are still trending in that direction. We need to phase projects against cash availability. So as Director Randolph had asked, are we able to function? And with a large withdrawal, it does affect our ability to do it may affect our ability to complete a project within the timeline that we had set for, because we may need to pull back or hold back if we see that the funds are not available. There are some pending grants. There is the line of credit, but those the dates of receiving those funds have not been given to us yet. So I have to be aware, and I have to make sure that Mr. Johnson is aware of what our cash flow availability is and where we stand every month and along with projects. Yes, ma'am.
Do you have the amount of the grants? And how many grants are there? What's the amount that you are expecting?
Orange County is providing a grant for $447,000 for the 370 building renovations. We completed a joint call today with United Arts. That grant is $300,000. That goes to the acquisition of nightclub building property. We're on fast track to get the remaining $750,000 out of the state AACH. I sent that to everybody today from Mr. Case. Everybody got that from Mr. Case today. And as I told you in the past, it's a whole new board, but as I told the board in the past, that timeline is June 30th. So everything has to happen pretty fast. So we're trying to move that way. We have a DRC meeting set up with Tara and Universal and Public Works. So we can fast track the permitting process. So we're not in front of it, so we can get it done faster.
So how much is the line of credit?
1.7.
Is that already approved or that's pending?
It's approved by the board and it's approved by the bank. They asked for some additional documents today, which I provided to them. So, she's good.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr.
So you said they're pending additional documents before you get the funds? Is that what you're saying?
Right, we're almost at the end of that process.
So I call it, because I want copies of everything that's going with that,
We want to
that
share it.
application and that project.
Okay.
So, so when you say fast track, what do you mean?
Which project? are you talking about?
On any of them, you say you fast track, and what does that mean?
Well, what we're doing is we're getting out in front of the permitting process by meeting early with the staff to see what those issues are. So we can address them before we submit. So it's kind of like getting out in front of it, so the permitting process can be smooth and faster.
Is that for the Chitlin Circuit project or another, it's just the Chitlin Circuit, that's what we're pushing, right? That's going to take deadline.
So each one of these projects that you say you have, do you have a breakdown of how much it's gonna cost per project, per house, per this?
Yes, ma'am. And I'll share it.
Okay, don't share with me.
I
share
share
with them. Yeah.
Nobody's never asked me for it, so yeah.
Yeah, so I would like to see all of it, the application and all, and who is this line of credit through?
Seacoast and everything.
When did you apply for it?
The board approved that a while back.
Back in December?
I gotta go back and get the resolution.
So that will show me the terms of that.
Well, yeah, the term sheet and everything's in that document. I'll provide it to everybody.
To the board.
Right.
So instead of emailing it to us, can we just have a meeting with all of these different things?
I have no problem with that. Never been asked.
That would be easier for me.
Okay.
And I agree with that, because I had,
No, everybody. I think he did. He did like that.
Just make sure, when she says the meeting, she meets with everyone, not just with her
Yeah,
individually.
it's like a workshop with everybody, show us everything that's going
I
on.
did have
All the
to
grants.
do it today. With the Seacoast project, I did.
I did the agenda, and I did the agenda because the resolutions had not been reviewed by legal, so anything that wasn't already submitted was removed, including the Seacoast resolution.
I'll schedule it during the workshop so we can make sure everybody gets the same information at the same time.
Okay, please schedule it like
Monday or Wednesday. I'm not available anytime after Wednesday.
Okay.
Okay, so then I'm gonna piggyback on some of that discussion, Director Thomas. Yes, that resolution was, resolution 2025-53. And, at that time, the board gave authorization to the executive director to execute and deliver the line of credit agreement. Unless there was some other documents that are not included in the information, I did not see the terms related to the line of credit, the interest rate, and so I was, concerned about that. And with that being said, specifically for this line of credit, we need to know what interest rate is. Turns out we need to know what the maximum draws are, and for consideration, I actually was gonna put a motion on the floor tonight that the executive director present those proposed terms for any line of credit for review and discussion before full execution. Because we don't know that. You could be entering into something with an interest rate of XYZ, of course, would be relying on you to make sure that you're making the best fiduciary response decisions for the board. So here is the resolution, but do we need a consideration to review it before it's fully executed? Do we need to backpedal some?
So just so long as we know that the execution is not saying that once it's done, before you even bring it to us and show us what it is, you're gonna sign it and go for it?
So.
They just said it's already done.
If you read the resolution, this process did not start yesterday. This process started back in December. We've been working with Seacoast Bank for a while. And the resolution says what it says, voted on unanimously by this board.
Okay, I understand that, but if you knew that we, the new ones, did not really know of that, which I didn't. That'll come about. I guess that'll come up when you bring it to us and let us see it, because it seems like this is just my personal opinion. If you know that we don't know, and there are new ones on the board, and yeah, I've been a part of the town and I'm familiar with some of the things the CRA do, but that's for the fairness of the new ones. There's some that are already up to date, but we're not. So bring us up to date and don't bring us up to date individually, because my questions may be different than Miss Angela and as well as Deanie. So we don't all learn the same way. We don't all comprehend the same way. So it would be much easier if you just get us all together and say, this is this, this is this, this is this. I've been working with Seacoast with however length of time. This is what we need. This is what's final. But to like for tonight to be talking about this, it's like, it's good to talk about it, but you show us.
I understand that.
Okay.
I did not anticipate this.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, can I add to that, please? I concur. I concur with what is said about that. But if you can just bring us up to date on all of the grants, not just.
That's what I'm asking, on everything.
On everything, and also justification that we need to see the $1.7 million.
Sure.
Why would it be 1.7? Well, you're gonna provide that to us, the justification for that money.
That was not my number. That was
That was whose number?
the bank's on,
The bank?
based upon the appraised values and all that stuff. So, but I'll share
So,
all.
yeah, we need to see all that.
So that we're clear, all this information is gonna come back before the board, before anything that be rendered out in terms of approval. Am I correct?
Already
Everything.
I'm talking about like just the whole fulfillment of
I'm gonna-
everything.
It's
I'm
already.
gonna update the board to where we at, everything. You'll know Everything's already done, pretty much. They're
I
audit.
overheard you saying something about some documents that we needed, or that
They wanted a copy of the resolution, that same resolution you're talking about. They wanted a copy, of it, so it was provided. Yes, they asked me for that today. And
So they want a copy to see just what the board had approved, so they'll know whether or not.
Right.
Whether or not.
But no, some incentive, it's some incentive that's included with this
Yes, there are.
particular, line of credit that we're gonna get.
Yes, there are.
Did you expect to see that though?
That's why I rather do it in a, like.
Yeah, bring us
on the-
everything. If there's incentives, let us know.
There is a lot of incentives.
Yes.
But, and I would caution everybody, it's wait for
Ms.
because
Bradshaw, I'm sorry that you are left standing at.
That's okay.
I will.
Whenever.
Comment.
That's okay.
I don't wanna take nothing away, but minus any supporting documents tonight, I was not prepared to discuss that, which is why it was pulled from the agenda. I know it came up so fair, but if we can allow.
The board considerations.
Well, and I would say the reason why the question is coming up is because we're talking about whether or not we're gonna have sufficient funds in order to move forward and without having project budgets by project timelines and forecasted spending. This information is good, but it could leave a misinterpretation with either board members or the audience that we're burning through cash and we don't have enough cash to operate. So the questions, and I'm not gonna apologize that these questions are happening because they need to happen. And I think it's great discussion. And I apologize, that you may have to stand there a little bit longer, but I think it's great conversations because when we're talking about that you spent $900,000 in 1 month, that is expected because you have to reimburse. So I think we need to be more transparent and more explanatory, so that it doesn't seem like it's misleading.
well,
That's not a January extension of that slate.
I will say that you guys received the CIP document. And if you review it prior to meeting with Director Johnson, it kind of, and that document was created based off of the audit findings. It breaks down the projects, the purchases, the anticipated expenditures. There's still a meeting between the auditor, the director, and myself to finalize that document, but it will help, it will give you kind of a baseline to come into that meeting with some information about what's going on and what those projects look like and what has already been expended on those projects.
Okay, this may be my last thing. So where the audit adjustment, which you were saying the capital outlay of this constructive service, so I don't know what that audit adjustment means.
Yeah, so I will tell you, so prior, the CRA, and I can only speak for the CRA and really for the time that I've been here, and this is my second go round. If there was not a project designated for maybe the purchase of this land or the clearing of the land, it was charged to one account, which is the general board account. Under the new GASB rules and adjustments that need to be made, we have been directed that whether there is a planned project or not, once we purchase a property or expend dollars for an appraisal, a clearing of the land, that it be charged to capital outlay. So the account number is the only thing that was changed. The dollar amount just moved from 4,300 to 6,300 is what took place during the finalizing the CRA audit. So the money was still spent, and the amount of the money that was spent remained the same. The GL code, the account that it came out of was changed from one account to another per the instructions of the auditor. And going forward, whether there's, I mean, we have purchased land without the intent, knowing what the intent of that land would be. Now we've been instructed that from the first day a transaction is put against that property, it needs to be coded to your capital outlays account.
Okay,
And
so you don't have to answer this one now, but you guys didn't know that in the first place. You didn't know that beforehand, but you don't have to answer now, answer it when we have the meeting.
no, I will tell you.
No, you don't have to answer that, just answer it when you have the
Okay.
meeting, see, because it just seemed to me, finance knows what finance doing, and you know that this was supposed to be this way, and you do it this way, and then you get corrected to do it the right way, then they don't have to answer, I'm just making this.
No, but I will tell you that some of that land was purchased in 93.
Regardless. of
And
when
but
it
the
was purchased.
rules change.
I
And
understand.
so based off of when the rules change, you have to make adjustments.
And may I just ask a question? So in the, right now in the budget, there's one line item for, capital outlays. Maybe you provide a response. You're gonna have sub ledgers under that for each project, so that now you can track the project by project cost. So, even in the budget that where we have the 10,000, is it possible, Director Johnson, Executive Director Johnson, Ms. Bradshaw, for you all to provide us with the detail under that?
So it won't be on the budget. It is on that CIP document, the CIP audited document. Somebody requested it. It was sent out to everybody. So if it's not, the GM numbers change if there is, say we receive a grant or the line of credit. The money goes into the revenue column and then it goes into the expenditure column. But for the capital outlays, that's a big bucket that can be based off of the board's decision, can be spent for anything. There wasn't a purchase of the senior center property predicted when the budget was created. But once it came up, it was available, the board decided to purchase it, it came out of the capital outlays. So all of the funds will come out of that category. You will see the breakdown of all of the expenditures on the separate document. It'll show
By project though.
yes, by project. So you'll know the 6 homes, the People Street and Tony Street. This is what's been expended on that. The senior center, Club Eaton, it breaks down each of those.
Right.
Even the properties that we own and we maybe have just cleared them or nothing has been done outside of the purchase, you will see a tab for them. So you can track anything that's going against it.
So this GSAB 103, when she said.
Gatsby 103?
Yeah, when she said you have to show any and all variants and show a little bit more detail, so that's what you're gonna give to us.
You'll
Break
see.
down with more and more details, basic details. Basically, that's what she said, show with more details.
So you may not, you are aware of, so
Well, no, don't do that. Don't say I'm aware, because I'm not aware.
let me finish, please.
Okay.
All projects are brought to the board before action is taken to them by resolution. And in that, it says where the funds are coming from. So if we are taking the funds out of another bucket, then it will be noted that those funds are coming out of that bucket. To be, and then we'll make our budget adjustments to reflect it as well.
Okay, so don't change your words. when you said, I know, don't make an assumption that I know because I wasn't on the board.
No,
So I
I'm
know what
speaking
you're
in
saying.
general about the board.
Okay,
Nothing,
correct.
nothing takes place without the knowledge of the board.
So I want to know what the board knew before I got here, so bring me up to date.
But that's not
all
me.
I'm
That's,
asking.
yes, and Mr. Johnson will take care of
Okay,
that.
cool.
And my, last problem, that you're saying that we could move funds from one account to another. Is there a resolution that states that monies and budgeted amounts can be moved from one account to another without, board approval?
So understand, when you adopt a budget, you got restricted funds, that's normally payroll, grants, and all. The rest of that money is just put it in a pool. And that's why we do budget adjustments at the end of the fiscal year to make sure everything still balances out. The board went through that whole process. The board got approved all the budget adjustments that needed to be made in one swoop time. And that was the budget adjustments at the end of the fiscal year. If the board wants budget adjustments, then say what you want. Nobody said it that way, so we did it that way. Right? So that's the way it was done. But nobody asked us to change that. So
I get that, and I do get that, but I don't get it. Because if you know that you're just gonna put it in one little slush fund and then move it as it's needed, why would you do that? Seem like you would put it according to what you're gonna use this money for. I'm just saying it, but you don't have to answer any of these now. I'm just giving my opinion now. But when you come to this workshop, we don't need a slush fund where you just, like you say, dump it all in one and then move it accordingly to how you need it.
so the town does every day.
I'm not talking about the town. We're in the CRA right now. So let's talk about CRA. So don't just say, dump it in here, then as it's needed, I'm gonna move it out. So do we have anything to say that there has to be a certain amount of money when you're moving it out that has to come back to this board for approval?
Haven't seen anything in that.
We're gonna make that happen too. Okay.
Do it on both sides.
But
I'm
we can
only
speak
speaking for CRA.
I will say that when we create the budget in the prior year that comes before you, it is with anticipation of projects that we are aware of. I don't just dump the funds in one account and say, we're gonna move it as needed. I look at the prior year's expenditures. I anticipate an increase, but we also don't know the senior center is gonna come up for availability and we want to purchase it. We don't know that there may be a resident or the family of a resident that has a property and wants to sell it. So that is why that board of directors bucket is so large, because that gives us the ability to use that money. We move very little in between accounts because the board of director category under capital outlays is there just for that. What the auditor has now said is we need to make sure that when we're coding them, it is now anticipating that there will be a project eventually attached to it, whether there is or not. But we're not, I mean, education and travel is going to need to be adjusted this year because we have almost an entirely new board and their CRA training, their CRA board training. If any of you desire to go to any of the CRA classes, that has to be accounted for. When I created the budget, I didn't anticipate an entirely new board, and most of the existing members have been through the training. When we look at other expenditures, we do take into account that things can change, but I don't want to front load an account unnecessarily and then have to come because we can purchase a land and now say, well, we don't need this money in travel, so can we move it to cover this? That board of directors account is always going to be the largest under capital outlays, the largest account.
Okay.
Right.
Board considerations. we need to make sure that we're prioritizing critical versus deferrable projects. So if our cash flow gets to critical points, we need to decide if we're going to continue with one project or delay that, especially if we haven't received funding that we had anticipated. Establish a minimum reserve threshold policy. We currently don't have one. And so for that board of directors or the contingency, I come up with that number. There should probably be a policy from the board to say, this is what we want in the contingency account, or we want to make sure that our monthly cash does not drop below a certain number. Review the timing of large capital expenditures. And that is something that when you guys meet with Mr. Johnson to go over our projects, the timelines for that will be, you'll be able to ask questions and those that can be addressed. Evaluate additional funding, revenue opportunities. So currently, the CRA's funding comes from TIF. Any additional revenue, whether it was earned through sponsorships or grants through Stogies or Booze, too many bees. Or once the homes are completed and we sell, once the draw is paid back to the bank, the additional revenue, we want to think about future revenue, because right now it's 6 homes. So what after those 6 homes? Next slide, please. January 2026 reflects a transformational investment period for the CRA. We received in December our TIF funding, which is our infusion of cash into the CRA, but we also have to rebate back to the town and the county.
What are those figures?
I would have to look up what the rebate was back to the town, to the county. It was that $954,379.36. I will email all of you what the amount was that we rebated back to the town.
Is that in the budget?
It would have been in December's financial.
Okay.
Any questions about what I presented for January's financials or what you received in your packet?
I just don't want you guys to know. What is that?
It was a grant that we received to
What's the name?
Biz Boost.
Boost. Okay, and what type of grant?
Yeah, we received $5,000 from Duke Energy and we got $10,000 for Sequence Bank to promote small businesses, promote that. If you can recall, we did a partnership with the chamber, and we got student Biz Boost where they're doing all the servicing. We're just awarding them the funding to do the projects. It takes all the heavy weight with it off of us, and we create community partners.
Should, just for future reference, can we, again, those types of things, just make us aware. Absolutely, no one's trying to micromanage. I think that it's just beneficial to know, to be aware that there's additional things going on. Because if I recall, again, sitting in the peanut gallery, you guys used to say, Stogies was supposed to be a self-sustaining project, those funds coming out of CRA funds.
Yes.
So, do you guys have accounting, related to that?
Yes.
Yes.
So can you, again, you can send an email out to all board members just with that reconciliation of those different events, please.
Any more questions for January? 3, 2, 1.
So now we'll move on to February. Next slide, please. We started with $870,046 in our account. We ended with $766,291. That's a 12% expenditure on our account of $103,755. This, of course, is stating that it shows a decline from the prior month, and we know why there was not that rebate to the county or the town. So we are operating under our general monthly expenditures. Again, cash decreased at 12%. Total spending of 105. I just want to, I do apologize. I believe on the other slide, it included our revenue in there. So I will verify before I send this PowerPoint out to you, which number is correct. But I can tell you, we were. The prior slide's number was correct because we had in February the down payment on the lease purchase agreement for Club Eaton, which was $50,000 in itself. And then we wrote check at $57,599.50. And then debit charges totaled $7,344.47.
The $50,000 was that earning money deposit? That's not, so if it doesn't, I wasn't sure if it was a non-refundable deposit on that. I couldn't remember.
I'm gonna yield to the attorney.
I have to
The
take a look at it.
$50,000 down payment,
I have to look at it.
Okay.
So, I mean.
was it an earnest money deposit or refundable or non-refundable?
So let me be completely honest with you. I didn't know that was gonna come up. I want to look at it before I give you an answer.
But if we come back, because I want to approve it, because I don't want to address this, that we go that direction. And if we're trying to actually, buy this person to build it, and if you decide not to, you gotta get that money back.
Is there other stipulations on that? Bring that back to if it's 50,000 and then what is the,
That's the language that,
do we have this, what has to be paid by this time or that time and going from there?
Understood.
So with our current, at the end of February's current bank balance, it was stating that we have 7 to 8 months of operational expenses. Our spending reflects a controlled redevelopment phase. So we are in the month of February back to our normal day-to-day operations based off of the projects that are going on and taking place. Oh, I'm sorry, next slide.
Okay, no worries.
Can't read my mind.
This slide is just reiterating our cash position. Our beginning balance was 870. Our ending balance was 766. And again, we have stabilized for the month of February. Next slide, please.
So if we are looking at your normal operating costs outside of capital projects, your estimated run rate you had here would be greater than 7 to 8 months. Am I correct or no?
I have to look at also take into account there could be some unexpected or unintended expenditures. So we don't want to over anticipate. We want to kind of find that general ground. But that is 7 to 8 months not taken into account. In December, we'll receive our replenishment of TIP funding.
Correct. Thank you.
And it doesn't take into account that once we have some reimbursable expenses based off of the line of credit and the anticipated grants. So until we have that money in hand, we're not going to account for it. Next slide, please. Risk and strategic insights, our short-term liquidity, risk if we make any more major purchases without replenishing the revenue that's been lost. Continue reliance on our reserve funds. We want to make sure that once we set those reserve funds, that there are some guidelines and parameters and direction from the board.
Much of the reserve funds.
We don't have a guideline. There is that contingency fund in the budget. And I would have to look at it, but I think it's around 100. I would have to look at it. But I will also send out the budget to everyone, so you'll see what the approved budget is. Next slide. The board considerations are pretty much the same, which I did add and the monitor the burn rate monthly, and that is we're looking at how much we're expending on projects, and then how much revenue we anticipate to take in prior to the TIF funding. Next. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you go back one? There was evaluate additional funding opportunities as needed. I had mentioned that last month, but what I failed to mention is we also want to make sure that we're taking advantage of all grant opportunities that are available to us, and Mr. Johnson is working on. He monitors and takes care of that, but grants are a great opportunity for funding. Next slide, please. February is consistent with where we should be with projects that are taken in place and that we have planned. Any questions about February's bank statements, revenue and expenditure report, or check ledger, or the presentation?
I would have loved to have the budget in front of us so we can look at one document. I mean, these are good too. This is very helpful, very well put together. But we have a little bit more that we can see more of a broader snapshot.
So I will.
Finances.
So thank you. This was my first presentation. I normally just give you guys the financials. So I will make sure to include a permanent slide, which will be the approved budget. And if we amend it, it will show the amended column. But you do also have the revenue and expenditure report, which I go into admins, I input what the approved budget amount was, and it shows based off what was approved, how much we've expended from that column. And if we're over, if there is that variance, it'll show what that amount is as well.
So that'll show on the balance.
It's on the revenue and expenditure.
So that would be the same as the balance sheet and or the general ledger, or is that something different?
So the balance sheet is a computation of everything. The revenue and expenditure report shows the budget.
Let me see the balance in there.
What's that?
When you send it out, I wanna see that balance sheet that shows everything. At the bottom of the ledger or not?
It's an entire report.
That's
So-
different than what we already get.
Right.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear the whole question, I'm sorry. Okay. Questions, comments, February financials?
I wanna personally say thank you. I think this was, very thorough. I really, and especially, and it's a lot different than what we have seen before. So, look forward to this type of presentation in detail, conversation about the financials moving forward. And I do see where you made the note that the balance as of today was 400.
So you have that because I made a copy of the financials from my paperwork. The others do not have that, but I did share that balance with them.
Well, so you did share it. so-
Yes.
So the balance went down about $300,000.
Yeah.
Are you able to, not go into a bunch of detail, but are you able to share with us? Between February for 1 month, what that significant change was if you were only looking at a smaller burn rate per month?
Yes. So that 239,000 of it was the
Was
checks from the,
because those checks cleared prior to 3:15 PM today.
correct.
Okay, thank you.
But outside of that, our expenditures for March and anticipating for March are in line with where they should be. There are no large expenditures.
Okay, and then the only other question that I may wanna ask is on the budget, the line item, there are just some discrepancies in the account description, and I'm not sure if that's systematic.
So there are, I know what you're talking about. So on the budget, when it comes to me breaking down any grant funds, and once the Seacoast line of credit is added, you will see that I do because the funds for those expenditures come from a separate revenue line. So you will see that it may say 6301 and then there's a 6302. And then I label it based off of what that expenditure is. So what you're looking at on the revenue and expenditure and probably on the budget is that Club Eaton grant.
No, I see that, and I know that we will probably, the revenues will be reflected once a grant award
Mhm.
letter is signed.
Mhm.
you'll
And we-
have your-
And not just sign, once we receive funding, because the line of credit, we won't receive 1.75 million in our trust account. There's a separate funding and you draw down from it, and that's just like with the grant for Club Eaton. The grant was for $1 million, but we have only drawn down 250,000 of that million. And so until we receive the, so
Yeah,
we receive the funds into the account, then you'll see that separate revenue line item and then an expenditure line item for that. And that is just to make sure that we are reporting back to the federal agency, the state agencies, or the county agencies properly for their funding.
and so we're anticipating from Executive Director Johnson, a presentation that's gonna show us even for the 1.7, because if that's for 6 homes, I don't want to make an assumption that we're estimating that the average cost per home is 300,000. And then we're gonna have a timeline of when we're anticipating construction of those homes, and everything, so that is forthcoming and is, are we saying that that's gonna happen at the next meeting? Which is now 30 days from now, but we're getting ready to enter into the line of credit and we still don't know the full terms of it. What's the timing of everything so that the board has the information?
If the term sheet, you can have that information tomorrow. I'll be here to give it to you.
And so we would assume that the home, that the CRA right now, and correct me if I'm wrong, attorney, as well as Executive Director Johnson. Right now, the town CRA is set to sunset at the end of this calendar year, correct?
Partially correct. So with Orange County, until they approve the extension of the CRA, Orange County's will sunset in 2027, January 2027. However, the town of Eatonville has already extended the CRA's life cycle until 2045. So the CRA has two taxing authorities. It can function with one taxing authority, but they do have two, and Orange County is expected to make its decision after this legislative session. Yes,
Special session.
the special session, yes.
And then are we having conversations? Do we have a lobbyist up in on behalf of the town in Tallahassee, or are you having constant communication to know where it is?
We tried it, and we normally send out the legislative update reports. There has not been a report by the FRA to date since the special session started. As soon as I get it, I send it out to everybody so they can track it with it. Sometimes they're asking me to write letters and all kind of things. They haven't sent anything.
And the reason why I bring it up is because my concern is that we are not going to enter into any financial obligations that may exceed what the sunset may be, or and that's the reason why I want to just.
So when you say sunset, like 2045 with the sunset.
We're
not in jeopardy on the town side of exceeding the sunset. It's just we had a conversation today with the attorney on my side, and they understand we're waiting until the special session is over to see what the legislature do passage. Nobody knows. They still got to get a budget approved. They got a whole lot of things they got to do. And property taxes may not even make it across from the finish line. They tried to go after CRAs last year, and they never even made it across the finish line. So there was a lot of off. You never know what the sausage making that they do. But we're in constant communication with Orange County, following this process closely.
If I could make a request, and just something informal, a worst case scenario, financial picture or plan, that this board could have at the back of their mind, so it all goes to hell in a handbasket, if you will. We have a plan set up. We know that we have some potential revenue coming in. We know that some things will enter back into the possession of the town when that happens, even if it's a 2045 thing, just so that this board is prepared. Worst case scenario.
All assets at the end of the sunset automatically
Revert back.
I don't care if it's money, I don't care if it's property, I don't care what it is. They're all included there. Right now, I mean, we have a debt for the community loan fund. Did lend us the money to close on the 140 property, which is the senior center property. And we're paying that monthly right now. Small principal at the front end goes towards that payment, and a larger portion is for the interest. But we already established a plan in which we will retire that debt, hopefully by the end of this year.
And so the authority to enter into debt agreement, or to enter into debt.
The board did all that stuff, all those decisions.
But it was approved by the board prior to it. And so can, just on y'all laundry list of things, can we get a copy of this?
That resolution.
Yes.
Where's that resolution?
And then the amount of the debt, the interest.
I'll provide you all, and all the support now.
Thank you.
Yes, please.
Our annual report was due, and we provided you guys with a copy of the annual report. as well as the newsletter that went out. So please take the time. Everything is also posted on the CRA website and our other social media platforms for everyone to take a look at what is going on in the CRA. And you should be proud.
I was gonna wait till my report to say it, but I was looking at both the newsletter and the annual report, and they are aesthetically pleasing, so thank you to staff for that.
If there's nothing else, I will take my seat. I will take into account the additions to my PowerPoint, but thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for All right, team. And later, we have one additional presentation from Mr. Novak at this time.
Mr. Bradshaw, thank you for that. That was awesome. Appreciate that. That's a level of transparency that I, as a member of the community, and probably the rest of everyone, absolutely loves to see. So really well done. Thank you. We got some more. So forgive the bold language because the purpose of my presentation today. Sorry, my name is Ryan Novak. I am an Eatonville resident. The purpose of our presentation tonight is not to belabor or attack or critique what has been happening for the last 29 years, because that does not fall at the feet of any one individual here. Most of you guys weren't around in this body in 1997. So what has been going on and what has frustrated residents, though, is what has the CRA been working on that residents can feel? There are projects in the hopper, there are projects coming to fruition, and we all want to see them. These projects, some of them seem hyper-focused that will benefit a few community members, whereas I think the general populace wants to see what projects we can do that might benefit all of Eatonville. Things that will improve the community, remove blight, remove slum, and increase beautification across Eatonville as a whole. So with that, I put together a few things, talking with residents, querying others, trying to figure out and understand what would some of us like to potentially see more broadly. So the projects that are being worked on that were discussed tonight, homes are being built, community centers are coming, the newsletter has some further updates. These are all great projects. What else can we do? Our amazing clerk is going to drive for me. So keep going into the first section. So first concept that I want to talk about, again, please forgive names pending, the Orange Line Heritage Trail. What this concept is, if anyone has been to Boston and you've seen the Freedom Trail, it is a walkable path that goes through the city to visit all the historical areas of Boston that they feel are significant, that they want you to see, that they want you to experience and learn about. And that is the concept of this walkable trail with markers and a guide to take anyone, your family, and anyone visiting this town from anywhere to show them what it is that Eatonville has, what we once had in any of these significant locations throughout town. So I'll make all this available, but this just sort of talks about what that vision looks like, taking you across the different areas, because right now, the website, if you click about Visit Eatonville, you're kind of redirected to a 501c3 that isn't run by the town. So this is something that the town can control. This is something that we all can experience. Down, please. Through my research, what something like this would take. So I leaned into sort of the orange idea because, so many people used to tell me about how throughout Eatonville were many orange groves. And I thought that was something that we could also revitalize and bring back to beautify the area. So laying bricks to create that path through all the historical markers through the town would run about $5,000. Professional signage that can stand the test of time, not fade just through general sun or weather, something that everyone can experience now and for generations to come. I kind of prospected that out to be about $10,000. And along this entire trail, planting orange trees all throughout Eatonville to create that beautification. That's going to run you about $100-ish for each tree, depending on what size you want to do. And then, of course, updating a brochure, website, something here in town hall, something in another area, maybe our chamber, to help people find these things that we want to show them in the town. Please continue. A little bit more. Another idea, the water tower mural. One of the things that I at least drive by every single day when I look at just the brown kind of just giant water tower, I look at this and I think, art beautifies, art connects people, art makes people feel something. And right there, something that is right on our main street and easily identifiable and visible to everyone. Let's beautify that. Let's turn that into a standing work of art that everyone can enjoy, anyone can come and see. Please. So, who we get to do the artwork, this was just concept, guys, not by any stretch, what it should be, but, find artists from maybe the community. I'm sure someone has a passion to want to do something like this. I estimate that at maybe on the top side about $25,000 to convene the people, get the materials, and pay someone to handle all of this. Continue, please. Where the CRA building, this is going to be a little bit of a conflict with what they currently have planned, so I apologize on this one. But where the CRA building currently stands, once stood a fire department for the town of Eatonville. So again, thinking about art and beautification of the town, how can we lean into what was once here? Well, I love the actual concept of what they're going to end up doing with that space, but also paying tribute to what was there, leaning into that sort of, this used to be a fire station. How can we continue with art and beautify this zone so that while people are walking that Orange Heritage Trail, another spot for them to see, feel, and experience. Continue, please. I estimate that around probably $22-ish thousand, all said and done for everything that would be required. Continue, please. This is really the key part here. We have, I think, 8 markers throughout town today. At least half of them are faded and almost illegible, but I want to be able to put markers that stand the test of time across all of Eatonville so that, again, everyone who wants to come and visit and not go through a private entity to understand the history can be exposed to what that history is, myself included. Continue. Those markers, I think, for the 8 that stand, and maybe there's other areas of significance that are not currently marked that probably should be. I estimated that one around probably $25-ish thousand for the existing 8 that I've clocked. Please continue. This was a shove-in, but also part of the CRA is to create beautification. So one of the projects that I thought would be kind of nice is a mailbox beautification program that any resident or owner of a home in Eatonville can apply for, get that, and they would queue and sort of build every single month and beautify all the mailboxes throughout town, making them illuminated, visibly beautiful, nice for everyone that's driving down any of the streets through the town. I estimate that would be done in a couple of phases. A pilot home would cost of 20 homes would cost about $10,000, and then at full scale with cost reductions for doing things in bulk, final projects, I estimate roughly $100K for about 700 homes all throughout Eatonville for a mailbox beautification program, assuming everyone wants to participate. And then the final concept was going back to that orange groves. Eatonville used to have a lot of them. I'm told that where Life Center is used to just be a giant orange grove in itself. And bringing that back, it becomes now a living piece of experience that becomes a trend, becomes something that people talk about all throughout Florida, the country, and the world. It's like, have you seen the orange groves of Eatonville? And now people want to come visit and experience something like that. More financials, blah, 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 please continue. So the timeline, again, this is not an overnight thing. This will take time. And, you know, we're running up on some sunsetting. We're going to possibly lose some of the TIF from Orange County. But if we do extend ourselves, we have the TIF from the town that would come to that. That could also help and make this to come to fruition. Mr. Johnson has already been a great resource of acquiring grants to make sure that other projects don't stall and can happen. So maybe we can lean on some of that to make some of these happen as well. Continue. Just more things about what the revenue impact would be. Again, increasing beautification will increase home values, which will remove blight and things like that. So I don't need to belabor any of the rest of this. So part two of all of this, though, guys, is it was talked about the town website and what is there. My degree field is computer programming. My current industry is technology. So when it comes to websites, I might view them a little bit differently. So over the weekend, I went ahead and coded up what a new website might look like, something that is friendlier, a better user experience, easy to navigate, but more importantly, provides information that is easily accessible and readily available for anyone at any time. So as we talked about tonight, a lot of projects are being worked on, but finding the information about those projects, when the deadlines are, what's going to happen after they're done. So like the 6 homes that we talked about tonight, who qualifies to buy those homes? Any private buyer? Oh, I don't know. These are all things that I think would be great to just give to the people. And then that way it's all there for yourselves. So if you wouldn't mind just kind of scrolling down a little bit, just to kind of showcase a little bit of what this gives. Showcasing the projects that are being worked on, showcasing different areas. If you wouldn't mind clicking on the About page for me up top. That is not good. Go back, please. Are you opening it from the drive or did you open it from somewhere else?
I opened it from the drive, yeah.
No, that is not.
I might need.
So the website also, though, does something else, which is what I call complete transparency. And I think one of the frustrations of the town has been getting records requests when a lot of these things should just be available. What is the finances for January and February? Publish them, make them available, put them in a repository that is easily accessible for anyone to query, find, and get any information. Then no one's coming here, oh, I didn't see this, or I didn't have a chance to review this, because it's all there readily available in an entire transparency section. But additionally, how do we do have other programs like the PPP, I think is what it's called, the Paint, Pave, something else or other. Gosh, I went to the website and I actually had a struggle finding how I might apply for this. So putting things like that into an entire funding repository of any project that is available for someone to apply for. That way it's easily accessible. You click into it, you fill out your form, it gets submitted, and then everyone is able to have a better user experience, not only for grants that you have available to the residents, but then transparency so that they can audit any finances that we have, because all of this should just be in the open. And I think one of the frustrations of the residents about how the CRA has operated and functioned is that a lot of times we don't know what's going on. There seems to be a bit of disarray. And I think just operating under full transparency and saying, you know what, here's everything. You guys wanted it, have at it. And a redesigned website allows something like that to happen in a much easier way. Are you able to click on transparency now? Just transparency is fine, yeah. Yay. So scroll down, please. So things like the budgets. Every year they just get posted and everyone can pull them. Scroll down, please. What are the monthly income, the balance sheets, income statements? What does that look like month by month by month? Just let someone come and download it. It's public information anyway. Don't make us or you guys pull records requests on these things. Go down again, please. The check registry, again, public information. Just expose it. Just put it out there. Let anyone who wants to have it have it. Continue. keep going, just more information, more transparency, more TIFs, what the audit reports looks like, everything that Ms. Bradshaw just presented to us, just put it there out in the open. And then finally, if you couldn't find what you needed, a very simple link to finally ask for a request. But that would take a lot of inundation off of staff who's trying to fulfill a lot of these requests that, heck, some of these might have been asked for 3-4 times over by different people, but they didn't know to go to a location to see if someone had previously asked for it. So that is my long and short of projects that I hope we can do for the broader Eatonville refresh website in full transparency for the people and for the residents. Any questions?
We got one.
Yes, sir.
I mean, nice presentation. I mean, I applaud you for that. Saying orange trees. Orange
Yes.
trees take grooming,
Yes.
nurturing.
Yes.
Who's gonna do all that?
So part of the projects that so on the town side, I presented this years ago, which was bringing waste management back to the town, stop paying $600,000 for things like that. But phase 2 of that project was also street sweeping and creating jobs for exactly that, for people of the town to take care of the town, which is, yeah, they require landscaping. And the 9 parcels of land that the CRA already operates also require landscaping. We've contracted that out to a resident already. So things like this, we would have to budget it in. Absolutely. You're absolutely right. But it becomes beautification for the town. Great question. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from Ms. Miller?
Can I add something for clarity?
Please.
I'm not sure if you're aware, but the town is actually working with the National Park Service right now through an emergency grant for the hurricane. And so one of their projects, not only they're gonna revitalize Catalina Park, nature landscape and everything, but they're gonna do a new walking trail. So what
Okay,
you just
great.
presented, I could definitely give you the contact information because I
One
told
done. Love to hear it.
Yeah. I told them that resident input was very important on the new walking trails. They want to do signage, wayfinding, all of that.
Great. Awesome. Yeah. So again, I put a lot of these ideas together, guys, not knowing that these things were already in the works. And well, these are things that I hope we can just have. Okay, this is already in the works, and then we wouldn't have to put it together.
I should also add that the CRA is restricted to following the plan. So some of these things are covered in our plan, some things we can accommodate, some things, if I'm not mistaken, might be on the town side, but for us to keep in mind as we're thinking about projects, as we have discussions with the executive director. But thank you, Mr. Novak.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. All right. We're ready for citizen participation. I will preface that with the fact that it is 8:45 tonight. We still have items on the agenda. Ms. Bellinger, can you tell me how many participants we have tonight?
I believe we just have one. Oh, you have 2. Okay.
Okay, that,
We have 2, but the first one, Michelle Ford, 3 people yielded her time to her, so we need your direction.
This one.
She gets 1.
you get one, Ms. Ford.
Well, I'm gonna do a part 2. Y'all did too long. Y'all did too long.
We will yield 5 minutes to Ms. Ford for tonight. If you can condense your presentation into that 5 minutes, we will permit that time.
And I gotta, can somebody make a copy of this for me for the board? It's my copy. I'm gonna do my best to be quick. All right.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. But I would like to say this, Attorney Jackson, I wanted to say, and to the director, but he left already. Don't take it personal, this is not personal. So I just wanted to preface that, and you have brought up something that was very important at last meeting.
Can I
And that,
interrupt you for 1 second, not to take any of your time? It's been asked that you repeat your name. Can you say
oh,
your name?
sorry, Michelle Ford,
Thank you, Ms. Ford.
sorry about that.
Excuse me 1 second. Would it be proper to have Mr. Jackson,
Johnson.
Mr. Johnson to come back?
If Mr. Johnson is not here, I'm not sure where he is. That was one that I. But I didn't. We will pause to make sure that Ms. Ford gets her full 5 minutes. Attorney Johnson.
I do need to get to the plug, so.
Yes, it's right. It's right. Thank you.
Stop the one on the back wall.
One over here.
We have not recessed board, let us be mindful, we're still.
Look, if he has already left, it's all good, it's not a problem, it's recorded.
It's public.
Okay.
Chair.
Are you on recess?
We are not.
Okay.
Jimmy in here too. Like a little freezer. Okay, yeah, no worries.
He's on.
We'll go ahead.
She's on board. Madam Chair. She's on board.
Ms. Bellinger, can we reset Ms. Board's time?
Yes.
Did you get their copies?
Yeah, she's printing them right now.
I'm gonna wait till. Cause I don't wanna talk and you be like, what are you talking about? Yes, sir. I'm doing it, look. I can't even start yet, I'm on board. You've been waiting here all night, don't do that. Don't do that.
It's a request of the board that we go ahead and get started.
Okay, thank you.
To bring
Okay.
this document.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, or she'll have without first and second.
Okay, all right, perfect. So, I just wanted to say, apologize to, Attorney Jackson and to the executive director because it is not personal at all. I am just passionate. I feel that the last couple of years I have been asleep. And that's not what we're supposed to do. Democracy works when the elected officials and the citizens are working together. We have to keep each other accountable. We have to be transparent. And we have to have difficult conversations because none of us is perfect. Nobody walks on water. I'm not gonna be perfect. You're not gonna be perfect. You may agree to disagree. But the one thing we have to remember is that we gotta work together. It's not about us. So I wanted to say that, and you were correct, Attorney Jackson. I did not have the correct date. It was actually December 6th of 2022. At that meeting, it was you as the CRA attorney, Cliff Shepherd, and I'm gonna read one of the statements that was written, that was spoken by you. It says, and it was in regards to the special investigation regarding, the former executive director, which is Mr. Johnson, and it was regarding the, Dixon House.
So it reads, Attorney Jackson recommends providing recommendations for potential individuals have been identified. Should the board can choose to consider. Attorney Shepherd weighed in on the process stating neither you or himself. So I just want to let you know that. And then when you said the 2019, here is the minutes where you were, our CRA attorney as well. So I have those records for you. But while she's bringing those documents back, I have a lot of concerns. I was looking at some documents that I received, and I just want to say, it's not about the director's employment, it's actually about his action. I have some documents that I received of travel reimbursements that he approved, him and his staff, for Director, Ms. Randolph and for, Director Washington. When they went to the FRA conference. For Mr. Washington, the questionable charges I have is, he had a guest room fee of $199 a night. However, Ms. Randolph's fee was $121.99. His room also included a pet cleaning fee. He also rented a minivan that was picked up on October the 14th, but it was returned on the 21st, but the conference ended on 10/17. So I need you guys to look at that, because normally if you're going to a conference, a pet fee shouldn't be included. Also, we have a handwritten receipt for you, Miss, for Director Randolph. You can't hardly see it, it's just a black, square. When the former mayor, former chair questioned, the executive director about it, she did not get any response based on the documents I have. And so that is a possible misuse of taxpayers' funds. Also, when I looked at the policy for the CRA policy allows reimbursement for companion travel, which appears to be inconsistent with the Florida law. So that's something that I would like for you guys to look at. Also, it seems like it violates the CRA policy as well. There's another charge that I would like for you guys to question, which was also on the January expenses. This was for a appraisal that the CRA executive director had done on the Hungerford property. There was no board minutes, there was nothing approved by the chairwoman. This was also the documents that she had provided to the board and not the new board. Because she wanted to call a special session so that you guys can review and discuss this. Also, if you look at the documents, and if anyone else want them, hey, I can provide them to you as well. But what we have going on right now is some very serious concerns that I have. You see various CRAs in the news right now, and I would hate to see that we're back in the news such as 2019. I don't know how you may feel, but for us, it's very concerning. It raises further concerns regarding transparency, accountability as well. And it makes me feel like this is the reason why we're not getting our public records requests. Because if we actually took a look at what was being done, we would not even know. If you look, also, I have the policies there where actually the things that were done are stuff that he says in his policy that they will not do. One last thing is, I want this board to not go into any shade meeting. We need to notify Orange County right now. We have some financial possibly misuse of funds. We also need a full investigation. I'm definitely going to send this over to them because I am concerned. We should not go back to 2019. We should be moving forward. And if we're gonna be, I am gonna tell them, I need them to hold on to that money. Because I want them to take a look at this as well. And I'm expecting this board to do so. He should be suspended and we need to get all of those documents. They sat up here and said in that presentation that how they review invoices, they were talking about the town, but look where we're at. We're here. And no one is looking at this. There needs to be accountability. I would hate for us to see us in the news again. Thank you. We have one more.
Yes, last one is Anthony Grant.
Madam Chair, board. Yeah,
I love Michelle. I do. We communicate, used to communicate 2 or 3 times a week. But I didn't get up here to talk about it. I'm gonna take 30 seconds to talk about this. If we have that same energy about the library, about the sheriff department, and about Orange County government and municipalities that other people live in, bring that same level of energy. Just not at Mike Johnson. Now, right now, I'm pissed at Mike Johnson. It was disrespectful, and that's my friend to get up in the middle before Mr. Novak spoke, and his whole staff, it's like it's orchestrated. And this is his meeting. It was just totally disrespectful. And Mr. Novak, I applaud what you did. I want to copy it because those mailboxes, I'm building 2 houses. I want to try to model that if I can. But and one of the other things that you talked about was the mural on the tower. We had that years ago with the intent to do that. So board, maybe you want to consider appointing a special beautification advisory committee made up of residents just to give you some input on some things that you can do to beautify the community. $1.7 million line of credit. And what I'm hearing is that the board has said, Mr. Johnson, executive director, you can go out and execute it without bringing those documents before me. That's absurd. Okay? Not absurd that Mr. Johnson can do it, but if I was Mr. Johnson, I would never go execute documents of $1.7 million because if it goes sour and goes south, it's going to be his net. I'm going to put that in your hands, and you should want that in your hands. And then I heard Ms. Paula talk about this lump sum of capital improvements. Capital improvements not that way. You have to budget capital improvements. So my question is, you're going to build homes. I know you're trying to get this one home permitted. What is the construction cost of that home? What's been budgeted? And I'm asking you, does anybody know what's budgeted? Then how are you permitting something that has not been budgeted? It doesn't make sense. If you're going to follow the town's purchasing policy, then follow it. If not, then you're going to always be in chaos. Lastly, Dr. Phillips appointed an advisory committee. Not one single member was recommended by you all or by your sister city town board. It's an insult. It should be an insult. Everybody here in the citizens should be insulted that 90% of their people that's on that board, not even residents. Of the 2 that's on there, it's probably been in the town less than 10 years. PEC is fighting. We do nothing. It's like a steamroller, just run over us. You've got a competent attorney. At some point, somebody, please, just consider directing the city, your CRA attorney, to hire an outside counsel to look at the contract between Dr. Phillips and the school board to see what we can do to bring them back to the table or to stop the sale until we become partners. They sat at this podium and they say they want to be partners. 30 days later, they go out and appoint people and say, you know what the hell with y'all? We don't even see you. At some point, we got to do things a little different. So I have to thank you for your time. Appreciate it. Thank you.
That was the last citizen participant.
Okay. We are ready for the approval of the consent agenda. Do I have a motion? Move. Is it moved? Do I have a second? Second. It has been moved in second. All in favor of the approval of the consent agenda, signify with aye. Aye. All opposed? Nay. The ayes have it. I will yield to Attorney Jackson.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, on this past Monday, I requested a 286 meeting, and that meeting was actually postponed because there was some representation that we couldn't do it the way that I had indicated. Now, that night, I actually did send this board a memo. I also CC'd Attorney Shepherd indicating that it could go forward the way that I had indicated, and that it should not have been postponed on that night. And I've invited him to provide a memo to refute what I stated, and to this day, I still have not seen any memos from the town attorney to assume that what I said was correct. So at this time, Madam Chair, I would like to break for a 286 meeting so that I could get some direction from this board with regards to an action that has been filed on behalf of the Town of Eatonville Community Redevelopment Agency against the town of Eatonville, just so that I can get some directions and to provide some strategy as to how we move forward. In that meeting, I would like to announce that we will have present myself as the CRA attorney, board member Randolph, board member Thomas, yourself as chair, Chair Critton, as well as board member Jordan, board member Mack, board member Johnson, as well as board member Williams. I will state that we do have a court reporter here that will transcribe everything that is said on that meeting in the 286 meeting. I don't like shade. I like 286 meetings. I will note that Mr. Johnson is not here. He had a medical emergency, which is why he is not here. And so at this time, I would like to call for that meeting, Madam Chair.
Do we have, I'm sorry,
Which meeting is this?
286. So we have to adjourn to have that meeting.
do we have any opposition to the attorney-client meeting? Okay, fine. I'll just work it out. So we just need to adjourn and call it to order. Move for adjournment of the regular CRA board meeting temporarily for the purpose of. I'm sorry, thank you. I move for the recess of the regular CRA board meeting to commence the attorney-client 286 shade session. It's been moved. Been moved and second, all in favor, say aye. All opposed. We are temporarily recessed. You and me both.
Yeah,
You bet live. And hit your recording. How'd you cover them?
it died actually.
Live. Okay, it is Thursday, April 16th, 2026. It is 10:32. We now call back to order the Historic Town of Eatonville Community Redevelopment Agency meeting. We are ready for board discussion. And it doesn't look like there are any, Director Johnson.
I'm sorry, guys. Quickly,
I'm sorry, before you go, is this a board report or a board discussion?
I'm doing a quick board discussion.
Okay, please.
Okay. What I. Being that we have heard. There have been some concerns about harassment in the workplace, creating a safe and professional work environment. I'm putting a motion on the floor. So I move that the board authorize Attorney Jackson to be training an independent employment and labor attorney, firm, or other qualified professional to review the allegations and conduct of the with an objective assessment.
Can you repeat the motion, please?
Okay, so we have heard, and unless that is no longer a concern. We've heard multiple discussions about allegations of harassment in the workplace, the desire for the CRA staff not to be in the workplace. So the reason, and I hate to belabor a long evening, but if we are acting in the best interest of the agency and the staff, my motion is for the board to authorize Attorney Jackson to recommend or retain, but the board is authorizing him to retain an independent employment or labor attorney, firm, or other qualified professional to review the allegations and conduct an objective assessment. That's my motion.
Second. Been moved in second. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
We have a roll call, please.
Director Williams,
Nay.
Director Johnson,
Yes.
Director Mack,
Yes.
Director Jordan,
Yes.
Director Randolph,
Yes.
Vice Chair Thomas.
I don't have no votes. I don't have no votes.
Silence is a yes.
Okay, silence is a yes. I don't even know what you're talking about, but
Chair Critton.
Yeah, we've heard aye.
Okay, and secondly, we know where we are, and so given the significance of the proposed sale of the Hungerford property, we've heard a number of different conversations regarding that, as well as its historical, importance and preservation. I move that the board direct the CRA attorney to retain independent outside counsel to conduct a comprehensive legal review of the land purchase agreement between OCPS and Dr. Phillips.
Repeat your motion, please.
That the board direct CRA attorney to retain an independent outside counsel, someone outside the Tri-County area, to conduct a comprehensive legal review of the land purchase agreement between OCPS and Dr. Phillips.
Moved in second, I have a question.
Question.
Go ahead, Director Randolph.
Should that be, brought up in, the town council meeting rather than CRA? I'm asking a question.
I think she's thinking that because the whole town is necessary.
Yeah.
So, am I right? That's what.
But the CRA doesn't have any direct correlation to, as it currently stands, right, to,
The town doesn't either.
PDC, right, it doesn't. So to ask and this is just an opinion, to ask to ask the TOCRA, let me back up. You want the TOCRA attorney
To help
to
us.
obtain counsel to review the agreement between OCPS and Dr. Phillips about the purchase of the land.
Right, and the purpose of it is to evaluate the legal sufficiency enforceability, potential risk, compliance with applicable laws, and provisions that may impact the CRA's interests or the historic preservation of the objectives associated with the properties within the CRA.
I think that should be and this is just an opinion, that should be a collaboration between the town and the CRA
But
I
we'll
mean,
deal with that
if
on the
you're
other
just doing
side.
a
We'll
review,
deal with that on the other side.
that's what I'm saying, like, but, I mean,
We
I
can't even
think,
talk about it during this session.
but I mean, we're talking about something that would come back before the town council.
Well,
I
yeah,
agree, but
the
we're
town
dealing
have to
with
make a
it.
determination if they want, so that particular part,
Yeah, we're
if they want to
dealing with it
collaborate or not,
at
that's
hand.
on the town.
Whenever that.
Okay, so your request is just to get council to review the agreement and tell us what their assessment of the
Right.
agreement. Okay, that's what I was trying to clarify, like, are we instructing the attorney to do something and we're speaking, excuse me, for the town, but we haven't heard the town's response to the agreement or the contracts or the
But
lawsuits?
we're not speaking for the town.
Right.
The CRA, as
Right, right.
separate entity, has the right to look into that land purchase agreement to figure out whether or not it's legal, whether or not it's enforceable, whether or not there's risk to the CRA and the district and do you understand where I'm going?
Basically protecting us.
The CRA essentially, yes.
And I think the town can't speak for them.
Yeah, we can't speak, we can't
Right,
advocate for the town.
right.
We're directors.
Right.
Okay, so it has been moved and second, all in favor say aye.
Alright.
All opposed,
Nay.
nay.
Got it.
Well, what was it?
5-2 affirmative. Is that all for discussion? Slash decision?
Yes.
Any other discussion or decision to bring before the board tonight, Ms. Thomas?
I do have a discussion. I would like to make a motion that effective immediately that we put a temporary freeze on anything, any project, capital project that's over $25,000 until we are brought up current. Let's just put a freeze on it until we're brought current on a temporary freeze. But that all capital projects over $25,000 has to be brought back to this board.
Isn't that all of our projects?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
It's a motion, do we have our motion, or, I'm sorry, do we have a motion?
I move.
It's been moved. And second, questions or comments? Go ahead, Director Williams.
I mean, Ms. Tubman, I understand where you're coming from. I think we gotta give the director and the staff their due diligence to come back forward, like you said before.
They should have left
It,
because we had a meeting.
well, we was told it was a medical emergency. That needs to be
For
clear.
him, I'll agree with
That
that,
needs to
but
be
his
clear.
staff.
But we'll talk, we'll do
Okay,
that
okay,
a different day.
okay.
But I think, I know there's some timelines in place for certain things. So for us just to cancel everything.
I didn't say cancel. I said postpone until he brought current because he said he's gonna bring it current. So it's temporary
So
until he does
are we
that.
are we gonna wait till next meeting or are we gonna have a special meeting so he can?
He said he was.
Okay. So,
It's up to him as to
I see what
when
you're
that
saying.
would
Okay,
end.
I understand.
Okay.
But I think we also ought to be considerate of the fact that some of these projects have major deadlines, like the
Yeah.
one on the top of the dome is the Chitlin Circuit Grant. We're already racing against the clock,
June.
with a 2-month deadline to get some stuff done. If we pause any of that, especially when you're talking about federal funding or state funding, I mean, what kind of position does that put us in?
Doesn't put us in any position because he can call a meeting Monday for us to discuss. So it's not. It's up to him. It's up to him. It's up to the executive director.
Any other questions or comment? The motion has been put on the floor.
I mean, I obviously.
It's been moved in second, what's?
Yes.
Okay, it's been moved in second. All in favor of,
Who said?
I'll say, I did.
Okay.
second by Director Johnson. Motion by you, Director Randolph. All in favor to freeze all capital projects over $25,000 signify with aye. All opposed, nay. Can we get a roll call, please?
Okay, Director Williams,
Nay.
Director Johnson,
Yay, yes.
Director Mack,
Nay.
Director Jordan.
Aye.
Director Randolph, Vice Chair Thomas,
Aye.
Chair Crin.
Nay. Motion passes.
4-3.
Commentary, I will speak with Director Johnson tomorrow to see if we can get a meeting scheduled that will not impede, any progress or produce any penalty.
Correct, so
Okay.
if the most important ones, bring it to us.
Okay.
It's no problem at all, so it will be up to him. I know what you're saying, but the ones that
I got you.
have that time frame.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, was that all for you, Director Thomas? Vice Thomas?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Okay, I do have something that, I want this board to consider tonight. Attorney Jackson, please keep me in line. We have a situation with our finances that I believe deserves some immediate attention for the operation of the agency. As it currently stands with the financial institution that the agency utilizes, it is a very loose policy with the maintaining of the signers on the account. As it currently stands, Director Mack is our only legitimate signer at this time. Under the current bylaws and policies and interlocal agreement, the TOPR is slated to follow not just procurement, but purchasing and purchasing policies and procedures as well. That would indicate that our signers need to have all the council members. I'm sorry, Director Williams and Director Johnson, I remember what it was like on that side. But our policy, and I wanna preface this by saying that on the town side, there was recently, as is customary, or as we thought was customary, the tradition of passing the resolution that would allow for the maintaining of those accounts when there is an election to remove members that are no longer directors or board or council members and to add the new people. That has not been done yet. That has caused some discrepancy with policy and procedure. So I am motioning that this board authorize for the addition of all new members that are council elected body members to be added. According to the financial institution's policy, which is to receive a letter from the current authorized signer to add the names of the new signers. And then they will send over a resolution for us to sign. I'm gonna clean it up, I'm sorry.
Have to do it as a resolution. You don't have to do it as a resolution, yeah.
I was under the impression that we did, that does not seem to be the policy. They did tell me that it was something that was passed on the CRA side, except in my tenure as a director, that it's never happened. I got further clarification from our staff as well as from the bank, that that's not exactly their policy or procedure, which for me, coming from a banking background, is wild that you would allow for the city. We know Director Matt to be trustworthy, and so we know he's gonna go down there and take all of us off. We know he's gonna go down there and take all of us off, but we don't wanna leave that door open for the agency as well. We wanna protect this agency with checks and balances, so, okay, I'll yield. We were made aware that that is not their policy. I am asking that this board consider a resolution that would allow on the CRA side, and I'll yield to legal for any extra commentary before I push the motion to the floor.
No, I think that is a good policy. I know that the bank does not require a resolution, it requires a signed letter from the current signer. But as long as we're doing it as a resolution on this side, to do that, that's, yes.
Okay, so it is my motion that we authorize our current authorized signer to drop the letter that I'm assuming that staff would help us with, to add the authorized people of the town council to the TOFR accounts as authorized signers as well as,
Elected members of the TOCA board. You said members of the town council too.
because that's that's custom to how it's always been. The appointed members of the
No,
TOCA
so
board
I'm
have
saying-
never been,
I'm saying elected members of the TOCA.
oh, elected members, okay. And you can give us the language as we clean it up. The elected members of the TOCA board to be added to the account, as well as to ensure that as our bylaws and our policies, or excuse me, our bylaws and our interlocal agreement currently require, the mirroring of the town policies and procedures as it relates to signers on the checks. Right now, there's a discrepancy with that because the bank does not require that, and that's totally fair. But our interlocal agreement as well as our bylaws do state that we will mirror that. So just to enforce adding the signers and making sure that we have that second signature and making ourselves available to sign, is my motion.
But now, you cannot do the letter before the resolution.
Correct. So the resolution,
Then,
well, no. Currently, it is not required.
no, they may not require, it, but on this side, you will
Okay.
require, you need a
So we
resolution.
want our resolution to be
Yes,
passed.
yes.
And then we want that resolution to be coupled with the letter that is required by the institution for the maintaining of the accounts. Okay, and you can draft that for,
Want me to get it to you tomorrow?
if you don't mind.
Yes, ma'am.
So moved.
It has been moved and second on with question.
And my reason for asking the question is because, I just want to give a legal perspective from our attorney. If there's something that we could do, because I know I am the only signer on there right now. And I heard a lot of different languages indicating that we had to go a different way of making it possible for anybody that wanted to be added on. For whatever reason that is, through the attorney, being that you concur with this, I'm taking your expertise that this is something that we can do. So I'm in agreement with it.
Right, now, and remember, this, with the resolution, you can do the letter. Not do the letter before the resolution.
Right, so let's make sure we got a clear indication of that.
Right, that's right.
So is that something that was in that language you just spit out?
Yeah.
To be added, that the resolution comes from the CRA side,
Yes,
because we want it on the CRA side and
Yes.
not the other side.
yes.
So a resolution from the CRA,
Well, all
right.
elected officials.
right,
That's a point.
and to be done at the time that it's necessary.
Right.
After an election or when a removal of a board member, et cetera, at the appropriate time, that the resolution be passed. And then that resolution is taken to staff, who can help us draft that letter, who can be, that can be presented
Which would be
to.
our attorney, correct?
And our executive director and our fiscal coordinator, I believe they are,
Yeah.
Responsible for
They are the
drafting that
one
letter.
that could make.
Yeah.
Right.
So generally through them.
right, like the TOPR passes the resolution is passed off to staff. Staff helps us draft that letter that goes to the bank accepts that
Right.
letter, because they don't need the resolution, but we want the resolution. The
Right.
bank accepts that letter, the bank sends us their resolution that we sign with the signature card at the bottom.
Right.
We get the necessary signatures and we maintain the signers on the account in that fashion.
Good.
Okay, it has been moved in second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Does anybody else have any discussion? No, Attorney Jackson take notes. Okay, all right, we are ready for staff reports. Ms. Bellinger, we'll start with you.
I do not have a report.
Executive Director, had to leave tonight, so I will ask that any report information that he sends to us, either via phone call, via email. Attorney Jackson.
Thank you for all y'all's hard work, and it was very much appreciated. Thank you.
All right, I will start with Director Williams.
Right, the all-time, best. Of the longest CRA meeting ever. Within the total, but, and I just want to appreciate you all tonight. Got some things accomplished that need to be addressed. Let's keep moving the ball forward.
And those are, I'm sorry. Someone okay?
Yes, Director Johnson, I'm sorry.
I wanted to echo that, also, in the absence of. Although Executive Director Johnson isn't here, I wanted to make a statement to him that, I appreciate being appointed to the board. I look forward to working with him in collaboration. as we do and move forward in the best interest of the town as a whole. And so I will treat him as well.
Good.
So yes, and thank you all for indulging tonight. Director Matt.
Like always, thank everybody, man, for coming out there and engaged in, CRA business. Of course, it covers the entire ground of Eatonville, man. I think we're turning a new leaf. I know things don't always look pleasant, but I think we're significantly working together to profoundly do something that's gonna be significant in the town and make sure that we're blossoming. And, I do appreciate everybody that sit up there, man. I know we make tough decisions. We're gonna have our differences, we're gonna have our, rights and wrongs, but I think at the end of the day, as long as we're doing things within our power to, power forward and be successful, that's what's gonna be important. And praying and hoping that, everything is okay with the executives. I read this bill, I know we had to get out of here, but do whatever he's dealing with, and, that's not important.
Director Jordan.
Well wishes and best regards to Executive Director, Mr. Johnson. So let's hope everything was all right with him, but thank you guys for hanging in there with us throughout the night. And I do appreciate the hard work. I know it's been a long night, but I think that we're doing the right thing and trying to move the town forward. And we just have to continue to ask the residents and the community, facing but us, as we trying to get this thing right. So I appreciate that. Good night, and thank you so much for that.
Director Randolph.
No report. Just appreciate everyone. Thank you.
No report. Thank you, Vice Chair. I'll make my report very quick. Clap it up for the CRA staff, employees, friends, family, whatever we are labeling them as these days. Regardless of what has been going on, my experience in this building with our three staff employees, as well as Executive Director Johnson, has been pleasant. I have not had any adverse interactions with any of them. I have tried to make myself available. They have opened up to me, and I'm extremely appreciative of that. I can understand how unsecure these last few weeks may have seemed. It has been my commitment since I walked in the door to collaborate with them and to rest them assured that regardless of what's going on, we want what's best for the agency and therefore what's best for the town, and they are contributors to that. So thank you so much to Ms. Shakila, Ms. Shania, and Ms. Paula. As well as Executive Director Johnson. In the few days that he was gone, and I was trying to play catch up with them 80 emails that he had, I saw how busy he is, how much work he does attempt to do. I think even with the last year and a half, his vision has been very loud for this agency. And I know they say that we haven't done much since our start. But I think his aggressive vision has been good for this agency. And as a person who has sat on the other side, I can appreciate that. So thank you to the staff. Thank you, Executive Director Johnson. And thank you, Attorney Jackson. I can imagine that, and I've heard your comments, so I can imagine that after you spend 3 years in law school and 25 years practicing law, if not longer, that it could be easy to feel offended by what might be a second guessing judgment or just wanting to get some clarity and some clarification. It has been very rare since you and I have served together that we have not been on the same page legally. This is an absolute first for you and I. And so I thank you for taking the time to just hear me out, to continue to explain the same thing over and over and over. It is greatly appreciated. It is why we pay you. And so thank you. Bylaws and policies and procedures, I will make sure that everybody has copies of former bylaws, former policies and procedures. That way you have an opportunity to review them and make recommendations as to what you would like to see. It is that time of year. We should be very intentional about it, considering that 5 of our members
4.5 are pretty much returning members and are not fairly new to this board. We know how this process goes. So let's be strategic, let's be intentional about how we move forward. I want to hear your feedback. I don't have to agree, but I want to hear it. It's important that it is discussed. We can't talk about it anywhere else. We might as well do it. I think we should start with the bylaws and then we should follow that up with policy and procedure. And again, that's just to ensure that for those of us that do have to switch hats, we make our own lives easier. And in turn, by making our lives easier, we make the staff's lives easier as well. So let's be very intentional about that. I will do my very best to make sure y'all have those documents for your review. And then, of course, I can guarantee you that Executive Director Johnson will make himself available to answer questions that you might have. Ms. Bradshaw is also a good reference when trying to understand policies and procedures or just bouncing things off that you want to see happen and trying to figure out how we incorporate that. Again, I have a strong commitment to collaboration. I need this board to understand I am not your op. I am very much on your team. We are one collective body. So regardless of the yays and the nays, the majority rules and the majority represents this entire board. So you have my commitment there. I am never unapproachable. I am never not willing to listen. If I ask you the same question over and over, I'm just trying to get to a middle ground. Thank you, Director Williams, for warming back up me tonight. I appreciate it. Shout out to Orange County's government who came by to do a visit. They are the ones that are awarding us the funds for the Eatonville Works building. They came by. Shout out to the staff, Shakila and Shaq and Shania did an amazing job facilitating that tour. We did a real quick run between the library and the Thomas House, just showing them some of the markers on the front street. They were enthralled. We put a little Eatonville on it so that they knew just how rich, just how deep their impact was gonna go. So thank you to them for coming out. They brought cake, they brought drinks, and they showed us a lot of love, and I strongly believe that they enjoyed themselves. We also talked to them about additional funding opportunities, so rest assured that I will be very closely working with Executive Director Johnson and Ms. Bradshaw to aggressively pursue all funding opportunities. Why spend our money when we could spend the counties? Training. If you have not talked to Executive Director Johnson, he is always supportive of us getting the training that we need. Even for those of us who go to the same classes every year, the laws change, situations change, boards change. The best thing we can do is stay abreast on what is happening in these trainings. You don't just get what's going on in the CRA, you find out what's going on at the state, you find out what's going on at the county. And the best part for me has always been the networking. You meet people from other CRAs, you meet people from other municipalities that can lend an ear, that can be a sounding board. I strongly encourage us all to get with Executive Director Johnson and figure out what the training schedule looks like. There is funding for it. There is allocation for it. Take advantage. And then we made a couple concessions tonight. I owe you guys some deliverables. I will make sure that even though tomorrow is Friday, that by Monday you have what you asked for. And that all of the polling that we need to do and all of the scheduling that we need to do is taken care of expeditiously. I know we've met time and time again. It is 11 o'clock, but if we can just kind of keep the momentum until we can kind of mellow back out, I think we will set ourselves up for a very productive rest of not just the fiscal year, but the physical year. That being said, I move for adjournment.
So moved.
It's been moved in second. All in favor of adjournment, say aye.
Aye.
It is 11 o'clock. We are adjourned. Tequila, whiskey, cognac, bourbon, wine.